because I could just glitch through one of the moonbeam doors. Oh, did my internet die? Because I see that I'm just reconnecting to chat. Why does my green screen look so bad? Oh yeah, because my lighting's dog shit. It actually makes it worse. Okay, it's actually better. Like, I'm lit worse, but the green screen looks better. So yeah, how much did you miss? I only just realized after the fight that I disconnected. So you probably missed the entire fight. Which is fair. I just used 4 Conqueror's parry ups to stack some damage. And then shot him in the face. And Tabitha got knocked down, so she's gone. We have to resummon her. But that's the danger of fighting near cliffs. I'd rather it be her than me, if I'm honest.
Tis a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item. Yes, Arisen. I am.
Luckily, it doesn't take too long to grab new pawns.
Is a welcome relief to a pawn.
Just have to give her the stuff back.
For now, if there is
Draw healing item. Stamina recovery items and the Worm King ring.
if there is
Then we drop off the stuff. We can drop off the macabre statues. We don't need. They're not super heavy, but we also don't need to carry them in our inventory. The Immortal's helm is for White Rose, but I don't think I'm just gonna put on the helmet. Because only the helmet looks a bit weird. But it's a nice armor set. We're gonna get the entire armor set for her. I don't like the chest piece. I usually use a bitter black chest piece instead. But overall, I like the armor. And the chest piece is fine too. So what makes the Immortal's armor special is it regens your health. It's not a particularly fast regen effect. But if you wear the complete set and the bitter black chest piece with a big regen effect on it, you regen like 8 hit points per second or something like that. And that regens over the limit of your white bar as well. So that's nice. It's decent armor too, and it looks good. All of those are good reasons to want it, in my opinion. Because in this household, fashion is higher than function.
Best we rested here.
Yeah. Now we just run back to where we picked up the other Immortals quest and grab the next one.
An epitaph, perhaps.
Which I don't remember what it is. I know that for one of them we have to kill a
The moonlight lends this place
frostworm or a thunder wyvern. One of those things. And I'm not sure if we have the oomph for that yet at all.
poisoned.
Hmm. We'll take some damage here, but
I shall
I'll
restore
take it.
your health. Hold on.
Because it's fast. We can just grab the heal here.
Anytime.
Waiting for the heal isn't particularly fast, but it's a bit safer and still faster than walking all the way around.
Griffin. No.
If you're playing a dagger vocation, you run out of stamina, you want to conserve it, rolling is still faster than walking, so that's something you'll see me do if we keep walking past enemies a bit.
Have we sufficient stores of oil? When jumping down a ledge, judge well the distance.
They, the Piosaurians at the Tainted Mountain. Okay. Tainted Mountain is the area where we fought Grigori.
The one now where you have a look.
The area before we fought Grigori.
See you don't regret. What'll it be? Now where you have
Why?
what'll it be?
Do anything interesting? I don't see it, but we have plenty. Oh yeah, if you make it down here, he sells new gear as well. And then in like every time you make it further down, Bitter Black, he sells new stuff as well. But none of this stuff looks too good. I think the Dragonhide braces are okay. Not necessary for this getup, but overall they're decent. Some better boots.
What'll it be then?
No weapons though. I also don't think he ever sells anything that's better than what we have currently.
What'll it be then? Now where you have a look.
What I actually wanted to buy though, and then promptly proceeded to forget about it, is lift stones.
What'll it be? Now.
Well, one lift stone. Don't need to buy more. Because the next time we're down here, it's gonna buy another one. Usually, you want a lift stone every time you venture into Bitter Black, especially if it's the first time through. Just because it can be a bit confusing. So having a quick way out is nice.
Tis a heavy onus the men here bear.
A heavy anus the men here bear.
The once proud hold lies ruined. Such a grand keep fell in a moment's time before the world. Ready, sir. Truly a
So
terrible
for quests like the
treasure, perhaps?
one we're doing right now, the enemy that you need to kill only actually spawns if you pick up the quest. So we were here earlier for the Sulfursaurians, but
Black Saurian. Tis
this is still Sulfursaurians. But further down, they're gonna be Piosaurians now, which weren't there before. But like especially against the Sulfursaurians, the Piosaurians, if you get the knockdown, and you grab them, it's a lot more worth it than against the lower level Saurians, because double damage means much higher damage to deal against the damage threshold. Because you see, Wild Rose doesn't really do a lot of damage here, but against the guy we grabbed, she did like most of his health on one swing. Just because she got over the damage threshold, or the defense threshold a lot easier with the double damage.
You've my support. Strength in numbers of the Here's the ground. Attack it directly. Are you all right, Master?
I think Sirens are holy weak, not fire weak. Or succubi. I hate these things though, they're so annoying.
We have triumphed.
Harpies too, anything that flies really. Where am I on here? Oh, this is where the... Fire Saurians are. It is Tainted Mountain. Maybe they're further in.
A Geosaurian approaches. I'll drive it back best I'm able. The tail is severed. It spit potent acid. Fire, let thy kiss. It flees.
So, you can only grab enemies when they're staggered too. So for Saurians, it's really easy to just cut off their tail, which is the weak spot anyways. And then they're on the ground, so you just hold on to them. Usually the easiest way to take them out.
It spit potent acid. The tail is severed. It flees. Its scales mock even the sharpest blade. I grant you fire's blaze. It flees. Run it down. Perhaps these dislike ice as well. All here needs something. I support you. I have its tail off in a trice. The tail is severed.
Another one down there. Oh.
It flees. Run it down.
I thought that one was dead already because it was just lying there not moving. See that?
Tis survival.
I was very excited for a moment.
Come, Master. Anytime.
Some piles that can be looted for stuff, but nothing too interesting. But to be fair, I don't know all the pile drops by heart. Fire Saurians here then? Yeah, there they are. Let's save before we engage them, because these are also Bitter Black Isle enemies. So they might be troublesome.
I'll begin with the strongest. We must be cautious.
Oh,
My attack did nothing.
the dogs are actually more worrying, in my opinion.
No, they hold the advantage.
It blew itself up. Stupid dog.
It is a troubling foe. Help me!
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The dogs are very strong. In case you're wondering why I wouldn't have jumped down immediately, this is exactly why. Yeah, I got a feeling we're gonna have to pick up a new ranger pawn in a second. I got to deal with the dogs first before we do anything else. Once the Hellhounds are gone, this is a much easier encounter. Because the Hellhounds, due to their fireballs, just have a ton of AoE crowd control. Because even if they miss you completely damage-wise, they will still stagger you. Luckily, picking up a pawn costs nothing. Wasn't there a Hellhound left? I thought there was a Hellhound left. This is the perfect point to use our other 4 conk parry-ups. But yeah, if Saurians do that with us, I'm very worried about getting the last Immortals piece. Everybody dead again? No. Only most of them. Yeah, I don't think they'll do much. We only really do damage because we're buffed with a parry-up, which pawns don't use, so couldn't even give it to them. Except for Tabitha, because mages are incredibly strong. And unsurprisingly, using a weakened, like an element they're weak to, is very good. But because she jumped down with the rest of the idiots, she didn't really have that many chances to cast. Until we cleared out the pack a bit. But that did the quest, right? Yeah. That means we now have the Immortals. Nothing? Did we not clear the quest? We did. Oh, that only gives Stone Warrior rings. Whoops. Well, I can't read. Really. We need to go to Grand Soren and hope that we find Fornival. We need to buy some new Conqueror's Parry-ups. And the problem with Fornival in postgame is that he spends most of the time in the area where we get attacked by guards if we go there.
Have your pick. What will it be?
But we also need to buy some healing herbs.
What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again.
Perhaps the peace we knew was lost, good and all. Oh, hello.
We're lucky Fornival is down here.
Unseen calls out from the depths.
We're not. They have an issue. So Fornival's spawn here is a bit whack. I say spawn. Fornival's AI is a bit whack in that if you trigger the guards. Yeah. No. Just lying there. Like a weirdo. Fornival's AI, if you trigger the guards, will not move him. So he will just stay in the upper quarter. And you can't really check if he's in the upper quarter because if you trigger the guards, well, if you trigger the guards, he will run away and despawn.
Doing well.
Or we could just run into him right here. That
Any
works.
rarities to say?
You don't like us enough.
Right
Let me.
Seems I had the
If
right
you
of it where the dragons. How
stop.
nice. Seems I had the right of it where the how nice. Seems I had the right of how.
Every
Seems I had the right of it where the
person has
dragons-
different
how-
like gifts, but I don't think there's any.
Seems I had
Well,
the
there is
right of it
dislike
where the
gifts,
dragons concerned.
but they're like very specific items that they don't like. I think cursed carving is one of them.
How nice. Seems I had the
But
right
if you give
how
meats or
seems I had
cloud
the right
wine,
of it where how
everybody's gonna be alright with that.
seems I had the right of it where how Seems I had the right of it. How? Seems I had the right of it. Well, how? Seems
The beast
any
steak is
rarities to sell?
super easy to come by. So the reason you want Fornival to like you a bit more than normal is for veterans parry-ups specifically, because as you see, its use doubles experience acquired from foes for a period of time. That's very good later on for XP farming. We're not going to use it in normal mode because it's not super worth it, but it's a good item to purchase a couple of. If you can't get, like if you don't get Fornival's affection high enough, you can only buy Pilgrim's Charms. They give you the same effect that the Veterans Period gives and the Banker's Period give. So the Banker's Period makes it so that enemies are more likely to drop coin pouches and bigger coin pouches too. And the Pilgrim's Charm does that, and it also gives you double XP. But as you can see, it also costs 3 times as much as one Veteran's Period. But if you're only after XP, because farming coin pouches for money is not the best way to get money, you will just run yourself into bankruptcy. But we are here for specifically for the Conquest period, so we just buy like, I don't know, 200. Probably not 200, probably more like 120. Oh, 20 seems like a lot. Let's just buy so we have 100. Then buy 8 more into our pocket. That should be plenty. Oh, another thing he only sells when he likes you enough is, also true. Maker's Finger is another interesting thing he sells though. Maker's Finger you can use to insta-kill Grigori. That's like the most notable use. You need to be on a bow vocation for that, but you can just, before you even start the fight, you can shoot Grigori with the Maker's Finger and he dies. And then you can skip the entire fight, which is nice. I wouldn't recommend it the first time through, because the fight is nice, but it's something you can do on like second playthroughs or something. If you you're just trying to get the hard mode chess piece thing that he drops when you defeat Grigori in hard mode. You can just get there, shoot him in the heart, get the item, reset the playthrough, do it again, so you can have it for yourself and your pawn. It's very good. The Magnanimous Cloak is interesting because it spreads like health and stamina recovery items to other party members, but it's not super good.
Any rarity, right?
It also doesn't look that great, so that's very important to consider.
Business with
I'm a
the
bit
guild, sir?
miffed that I picked up the wrong quest.
What will it be today?
Maybe I should have looked up how to get the immortal stuff. In fact, I am going to do that right now, so we don't have to running around to do. Dragons, Dogma. They're all from quests, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know if this quest was relevant. No, they're an unseen rival by royal decree, the wages of death, and the wages of death 2. How do I get wages of death 1 and 2? Royal decree. We already did unseen rival. That was the 4 Cyclops in Soulflare Canyon. Wages of death. Defeat 5 Garm. There's a trick to that. That's available to Daemon from I was noticed board after Fall of the Arisen. Fall of the Arisen is the starting quest. We have that quest then?
What will it be? Have you come again?
I don't think we do. We don't. what I thought. I thought like 5 Gorms sounds like something I would remember. Wages of Death 2 is an Elder Ogre? 5 Elder Ogres. There's tricks to both of these. We can basically just kill them without doing anything. But I'm more curious about where to get the quests. Or how to get the quests. They're all pre-Daemon and just from Olros Notice Board, so I guess I just have to do other Notice Board quests to clear up slots for them. So that's how it works with the normal Notice Board quests. So we need an Abyssal's Eye and Macabre Statues. Further upgrade a weapon forged in Wormfire. We might be able to do that with the weapons we finished the game with. Abyssal Eye is Gazer. The Gazer drop. That is not guaranteed, unfortunately.
There's a port crystal, One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item. It is difficult to...
I shall... For now, if there is...
Let me grab my left crystal real quick, just in case. Fifth stone, sorry.
If there is aught I can... For now, pray.
What wages she's a tale to tell.
Then let's head out. We're gonna take the trip down to Baroque again. We are going to grab a couple more Macabre Statues on the way that I remember. I don't remember all of them. There is, I think, 30, and you need 30 for all the quests, but you can gather them across multiple playthroughs, so you don't have to get all of them. None of them are technically missable. I think one of them is kind of pseudo-missable.
Does someone live here?
Oh yeah, there's one up here. Don't think we've got. Go. That's the only one I remember in this area. So, there's goblins down here. Usually I just run past the dogs. Running past the goblins is actually easier, but it's a bit slower.
Goblin arisen. Be wary. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. Prepare yourself, goblin.
One in here. No, that's just in here though. Don't have to be too worried about man-eaters pre-Daemon. There's pretty much none. There's like, I think 3 in the entirety of Bitter Black Isle pre-Daemon.
Treasure, perhaps? Anytime.
Your pawns will use healing items when they see fit, so you don't have to worry about them dying as long as they have heals on them.
With my support. Even a glancing blow is steady. Snatch up any touch. You break free should take on a strong. We'll rout them in a single charge. It is raw. Now strike the leg as raw. Stand clear. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
That's a Garm. We are not fighting that. Garms are way too strong. Like all the spawns that happen are super strong. It's the Cursed Dragon, the Garm, and the Elder Ogre. If you listened to my ramblings earlier, you might have noticed that we need to kill 5 Garm and 5 Elder Ogres, and now I'm running away from them, so you might be wondering, well, how does that work? How are we gonna kill them if we can't beat them? And the trick is shenanigans, my friends. It's always shenanigans.
What'll it be?
Let me check how many macabre statues we have actually. Only 5.
What'll it
Didn't
be?
really pick any up the first time we've been here before we reset the playthrough.
What'll it be then? Now, will you have a look?
Maybe we can rarefy something from our item storage. We should have Dragon Forged weapons in here. Because we did kill Grigori with something, yeah. Moonstone. That'd be nice. Diamonds. I think that's both just items from like mining.
Now,
So I guess we'd have to do some mining. There's a macabre statue over here. Like there. What I remember. That's about where it ends for me remembering where they are. Because I usually don't gather them. Let me think for a second.
Anytime.
Let's work our way towards Gazer. I'm certain we can defeat Gazer with Bonk Pariots alone. I mean, you don't really need to be strong to defeat Gazer. Gazer is
What monstrosity
fairly
is this?
easy if you know how he works.
Seems its talons bear poison.
I might ditch our pawns for a bit though. Because it's easier to have enemies do what you want them to if you don't have pawns with you. The pawns would just die anyways. We'll probably get rid of them.
Is everything in order?
This. We're not giving any items. But we're nice. Give 5-star ratings. Ignore the fact that this is a pawn from my alt account, so.
Is everything in order?
I like to give other pawns parting gifts, but only if I have like anything interesting. Like Liquid Whim, for example, is a good item.
I'd hope, may I?
And now our own pawn we have
Let
to
us continue our
be a bit more
exploration
creative in
using the
getting
stone
rid
as
of,
well.
since you can't just send her away. You get 1 diamond or 1 moonstone. You can multiply it. But we would have to get it first.
The wandering life is sweet enough. Now, will you have a look? What'll it be? What'll it be? Now.
Rest at the bench. So resting on the bench, like normally resting will either take you to the next morning or the next night. Depending on what you do. Oh yeah, because we haven't played in 4,000 years on this. She got a bit of use. I used her a bit on my alt account. That's this one. And then I guess Silly played a bit. Nice. And then someone got a lot of use out of her. Like these two really got a lot of use out of White Rose, which surprises me because I don't think people take a lot of warrior pawns with them, honestly. What items do we get? A golden egg, that's nice. Golden eggs are rare. Get some rating. Some enemy knowledge. Enemy knowledge is very important. The better a pawn knows how enemies work, the better they are. They will aim for weak points better. They will if they are mages, they will buff the more appropriate stuff or cast the more appropriate spells. If they are striders, they will climb them in ways that is more relevant. Where like against the Cyclops, pawn with low Cyclops knowledge will climb the legs and try to topple them. Even a strider pawn. A higher strider pawn might climb the head and try to attack that, or shoot for the eye to stagger them. Or a normal pawn would just, or a pawn without knowledge would just shoot them in the arm or something.
I've learned new techniques against that foe.
And enemy knowledge is something that just takes a while to grind out, even if you do it specifically yourself. Because the intention is that your pawn gets a lot of action in the online play, so it doesn't feel like it takes as long as it actually does. But for some of the knowledge things, you have to kill like 100 Garm, for example.
What'll it be then? Now, what'll it be? What'll it be? Now, will you have a look? What'll it be?
I need a liquid, not liquid one, sorry, I need Fiend Luring Incense.
What'll it be?
So there's some rooms in Bitter Black that are arenas that have like fights in them. And Fiend Luring Incense makes those rooms more difficult. Short tangent, I jumped into the healing spring because it gives you a buff that regens health for a while. It's most likely not going to be relevant, but you know. But back to the Fiend Luring Instance. So the reason I grabbed it is because we need to kill Garms and Elder Ogres. And to spawn these we need Fiend Luring Instance. Or to spawn the specific fight rooms with them in it. Fiend Luring Instance. The Saurians here. They're usually too slow. They do not chase you here. And now we're just waiting for Wild Rose to make her way over here. Hopefully none of the Saurians. So that we can dispose of her. We could have her in the Gazer fight.
Mind you are firm. She's a troubling foe.
But she will just mess with it.
I cannot see.
She had. Oh my. I'm gonna run into the loading zone and out again just so she's with us. Otherwise it doesn't take forever.
Mind you aren't cursed. No, they hold the advantage.
So if you want to play completely by yourself, unfortunately you have to get rid of your pawns that way. And you have to do that every time you interact with a Rift Crystal.
I believed myself the one to end the great cycle, to free the world. Yet
So this attack inflicts a lot of status effects on you, including petrification, but only if you look at it. So if you just turn around, it doesn't do anything. And then if you were right here, a bit further down I guess, kind of bugs out and doesn't do anything. Or he should at least. Excuse you, sir. Please refrain. As long as you look away from that attack, it does literally nothing. And it has enough tel on it that it shouldn't be an issue. I don't really know why his side tentacles still get to do stuff, because they shouldn't. But let's just accept that. We just have to bide our time anyways, and they're less aggressive than they usually would be, so... This is the attack we were waiting for. So if you see that, the yellow sigil on the, or the orange sigil on the floor, as everybody knows, orange means get out of there. But you can also drag it under his butt, and then he will stab himself in the eye. And then his eye will hang out, and then you can do this. There's a ton of damage. If you get enough stagger damage on him, it's a bit difficult when you're playing solo with like normal weapons. Oh, now he will respawn his all his outside tentacles. That's this animation. Like before, shouldn't do too much. But if you get enough damage on him, you will actually knock him to the floor and get another big damage window. Oh, this is the perfect attack. So he will cast the spell. You need to kill this 4 tentacles. If he actually finishes casting the spell, I think he does a room-wide AoE. I don't quite remember. I just know it hurts like a motherfucker. But if you fuck this up, he gets stunned again, and he spawns the sigil. And on the sigil, every time you hit it, it spawns a magic projectile. And as you can see, that's a lot of damage. And the damage this sigil does is not reliant on how strong you are. So as long as you can bide your time until you get this attack, you can super easily defeat Gazer. Alternatively, you can bring Throw Blast, get to the stairs and throw it in his face. That works too. It's a bit faster, but it costs Throw Blast. But it's a good way to get some early levels. But as you can see, Gazer is really not that dangerous. If you use the stairs. If you don't use the stairs, he can be a bit stressful solo. Because he will spawn a lot of tentacles around you that throw fireballs and throw icicles at you and throw those slow lightning balls. Nice, we got the Abyssal Eye we wanted. We got, I think, one of each of his materials, so we can just duplicate them if we need them. And I think there's some King Warish down here as well. And this room in general has some decent curatives in the chest, like Liquid Wind, for example. Wakestone Shard we pick up. Liquid Softener and Cockatrice decor would be good if we actually got Petrified, because both of those clear it. Same with Panacea, because Panacea clears every status ailment. But we didn't need that, because we used the most powerful techniques of not looking into the bright light, like your mom told you when you were a kid. Don't look straight into the sun. Getting down here should, once again, upgrade the Stork's inventory.
Well, this is a surprise. Can you just come and go as you please then? Huh, I thought everyone come to this place was lost to the world outside, myself included. Oh well, as the exception what proves the rule, or so they say. Now, will you have a look? I'll see what'll it be.
What new curative does he get? Oh, Fiendish Essence. Nothing too interesting. Oh, he starts Rancid Bait Meat now. That is actually good. And we are in fact going to buy all of it. Because it takes a while for the shops to restock, so just nice to buy that ahead of time. I don't really care too much about armor. I think we look decent as is.
What'll it be then?
And
Now,
defense wise, we're so under-leveled that if we get clogged, we die no matter what we wear, so...
Now, will you have a look?
Wanna drop off the materials. The Wakestone shard is... Actually, Wakestone shards aren't that bad. Actual Wakestones are super heavy.
What'll it be? No.
But the main reason I'm really interested in Wakestone shard... This is bait, by the way. Don't ever activate this Rift Crystal. Unless you want it for like a completion pretty looking thing, but this right here is a shortcut to the beginning. And if you walk back here, there's the very beginning Rift Crystal down here. Like, you save yourself seconds. It's absolutely not worth it. There's a macabre statue over there. I don't think we can reach it with a double jump from here. We would probably be able to if we could sprint on this a little bit, but we can't. Or at least I wouldn't know how. But not quite enough run up. You see, even if we start the sprint animation, we need to do like the first step before we can actually jump. Otherwise, just give us a normal jump. With levitate, you can make it to the macabre statue on that platform. But you can also get that later as an evocation. The first time you are here, another good EXP farm if you're willing to reset playthroughs over and over. There will be a spawn over here. In fact, I might be able to do something with that. Let's try something with that. Because, you know, showing is better than telling. We will need... We would preferably get Wild Rose's Baleful Nails.
Knowing the
Or Barbed Nails, sorry. We have the Baleful Nails. Because I was too lazy to farm more Barbed Nails.
stones close at hand is welcome relief to the fall.
Read those.
'Tis slow
She has an
work,
ore for
but
us.
I've been endeavoring to remember more about myself. It seems I too was one linked to the worm by fate. In my questing, I came to this place, yet the will of some other entity took hold of me and bound me here. The words I spoke begging your aid were not mine, but theirs.
We're gonna get through
Beyond that is still
all this stuff
haze.
again in hard mode. Where we are actually going to do Bitter Black. Right now we're just here for this, but this is not the right quest. Again. But, I mean, the wiki is usually not wrong for Dragon's Dogma, so
It is difficult to
I
breathe
just
down
trust I
here.
have to do the other quests before. Or do that, however.
The truth, if
Additional
there is
items, withdraw. Two blast arrows. 50 should be plenty.
If there is the prey.
Then we have to dispose of Wild Rose again, because she will be in the way. Yeah. Eat.
I was clumsy. Take care.
You don't have to
you're
worry about
upside
doing this to your own
water.
pawn, because obviously you can't raid your own pawn, so it will not skew with the raiding. But with other people's pawns, I do it occasionally, but I generally try to avoid getting rid of them by killing them off. Because if the pawn gets killed, it automatically gets a 3-star rating and everything. And that just skews the rating towards, you know, being worse than it should be. It doesn't, like, you don't get anything from your pawn for being rated better, but obviously a lower rated pawn, generally speaking, has a lower chance of being grabbed for actually using them. So you want to save. If you do shenanigans like this, you always want to save. And then you also want to equip the stuff before you save, so you don't have to re-equip it every single time. So we'll equip the blast arrows. And then we'll save again. You might notice the arrows on my back now look different, because it's actually blast arrows that we have equipped. This cheese theoretically works with everything, but it is the easiest with a class that has access to arrows, and specifically blast arrows. Preferably with the stagger enhancement from the barb blades, but you don't need that. So we'll have an enemy that spawns right about here, over the abyss. And down there is death. And since enemies are not immune to instant death pits, we can have death over here. Shoot him once, and then we get a shitload of experience. Without the nails, you have to shoot him a couple times with blast arrows. But yeah, we just got like 10 level ups from this. And he will only have this fixed spawn the first time you enter this area, or the first time you would trigger him. But you can, in theory, reset the playthrough whenever you want with hard mode. Kill Gazer again, kill Death again, and then reset again, and that is one of the fastest ways to get to level cap. It's a bit annoying because you have to get through Gazer every time, but I mean, it's good. It's how I level capped my first assassin. It's just very funny because he is quite literally the strongest enemy in the game stat-wise. And you just shoot him once and win. You want to avoid the bridge because this lady here in the white dress is Banshee, and if she screams, she will stun you. And Death has an AoE attack on his lantern where he will put you asleep. And he has a scythe attack. And if the scythe attack hits you, you die. It does infinite damage. You will perish. Generally, it's not hard to avoid the sleep, and consequently not very hard to avoid the scythe. But yeah, if you get hit by the scythe, you just die. Then we need to go in here. We need a key that is in this room. We don't need to kill anything in this room. There's very few enemies you actually need to kill to progress through Bitter Black. You need to kill the Gazer, and you need to kill the boss after that, and then the last boss, and then you're done with Bitter Black. That's the only 3 things you need to kill. But wait, do we actually need to go in this room? Or am I mixing it up with another room? I don't want to be encumbered. Do you have anything I'm willing to toss though? Sure, whatever. Lightweight is fine. Don't want to be too heavy because it reduces your run speed by a lot. I forgot that's a man-eater! Exequy, they always start with Exequy. And then they always spit. So yeah, Execute does nothing until the sigil is full. If the sigil is full and it hits you, you die. You can iframe it with a roll, you can parry it, but if you miss those, you die. The easiest way to avoid it is to just not be in the sigil when it goes off. And given that it is not the fastest spell, unless you are crowd controlled by something, you should be fine. I'm a bit confused. I might have mixed up the room. Oh no, the key is in here. Right. This is the key we need. And then this will spawn a cursed dragon, I think. This is scripted. Every time you pick up the void key, the cursed dragon will spawn. You can use that to kill the cursed dragon. I don't particularly care right now. It can't really do anything to you if you just run away. So. Alternatively, you can get up to the balconies of the room and shoot it. But it can fly and it does have a breath weapon. And if the breath weapon hits you, that's special for the cursed dragon, it will rot your food. Only the stuff that is rottable, so all your meats will rot and instantly spoil. This is a man-eater too, sometimes, this chest. Maybe every time, I'm not sure. But this can be a man-eater, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, the cursed dragon will spoil your foodstuffs. And that's usually not something you want, but I generally don't carry spoilable foodstuffs. That's like relevant if you use like one of the good XP items. Because that can spoil, technically. Oh yeah, see, this is the room that we would use for the garm spawns, and this is spawn only happens because we have the fiend luring instance. What you do is you trigger the garm, and then you just do this, and then you wait. And unless you get unlucky, they will just run off after a while. Might take them a bit though. I think it might have lost me, so I'm gonna jump up here again. Yeah. Kill some stuff, 6k XP. And it would count as a garm kill for us. Yeah, they can't do, the guards can't do anything to you here. I'm not sure about the hellhounds. The fireball might be able to knock you off. I mean, the guards might also be able to knock you off, but they generally won't. And it takes a while and it's very cheesy. But this is also a good way to get XP without putting a lot of effort in it. And because this room is a bit weird, you might be able to see it. The corpses of the garms spawn back there, so you can actually get the garm loot. But yeah, as you can see with the arrow shot, we really do no damage to garms, so killing them like legitimately at this point would not be possible. I think the yell they do inflicts, or the roar they do inflicts blind, among other things. Oh yeah, you saw it back there, the garm just fell from the heavens. Now we can just pick up their stuff. Maybe, there it is. So you can abuse that to farm Garm materials really easy. This room can also spawn Elder Ogres, you have to deal with those a bit differently. I'm gonna show that off when we need them. Because we're gonna have to come back here because we don't have the quest active yet, but I wanted to show off the Garms while we were here, because it's a fun thing. I've only learned recently. And if you do this stuff on hard mode, you would also have to imagine you get double the XP in hard mode, just for being in hard mode. And then you could throw on one of the double XP items, which stacks, so you get 4 times XP. And then because we are currently solo, we also get 50% extra XP, I think. So stacking all of these things together, we really get like you really get like a ton of XP. And you don't have to be worried about your pawn. Because your pawn will try its goddamn hardest to level up to your level. So if your pawn is like 50 levels behind you, and you kill a thing that's worth like 20 XP, they will still get like 5 levels. This room, I have to be honest, I've never explored. I know it has a cursed dragon spawn, but all you really need to do to get to this room is get to the bottom and then get out through this. I've never explored this room. I'm sure it has at least one macabre statue. Forsaken Cathedral is where the next boss is, where it would actually not be terrible to have pawns with us, but I don't think this area has a Rift Crystal, so can't even repair one to get some pawns. Yeah. These guys can be a bit difficult. You don't have to kill them. You just run past them. But I think this stork will try to revive this stork if he dies. And because shielded enemies in Dragon's Dogma are a bit weird, they can block your stuff while they're doing attacks sometimes. He also casts Exequy. I thought, actually, he casts Miasma, never mind. So, Miasma, for whatever reason, actually makes you wet. And inflicts drenched on you. And poison. Oh, and he revived the other one just now. Which is usually one of your best damage opportunities, but I kind of missed it, because I thought he was just casting Miasma again. Yeah, everything at this point hits hard. Not as hard as I'm used to it, because I'm in normal mode. I usually do this shenanigans in hard mode. This is just anodyne, but if enemies cast it, it looks red. To distinguish it, I assume. Can't just cast a heal spell, that's illegal. That heals so much! No! But yeah, you can see that Mighty Bend does a lot more damage than 5-fold Flurry at this point. Usually 5-fold Flurry is a lot better DPS, but because we don't quite crack the damage threshold all too well on this enemy, Mighty Bend just performs a lot better. Because it is a higher, you know, per shot impact. It's one high instance of damage instead of multiple weaker instances of damage. Yeah. There we go. That's how you deal with those guys. They can be tricky if you struggle with killing one of them quickly, but one of them has very little health and very little defense compared to the other one. Or significantly less compared to the other one, so dealing with the bronze copper E1 first is generally a lot easier. Then you can focus on the silver one. This area, I think, has a disproportionately large amount of man-eater. No, actually, I think it's the next area after this. This is the Banshee Scream. Doesn't matter much to us because we have instant reset, and instant reset is incredibly powerful because it just resets you to neutral from everything. Which, as you might be able to imagine, is quite decent. Okay, Rift Crystal, sure, we can spend that. Pawns aren't really necessary for the next fight, but I want them. Because, you know, pawns are fun. And unlike Gazer, where they actively mess up the strat, there isn't really a strat for the next boss. I'm gonna grab Tabitha again.
I am.
And any yellow pawn that is somewhat on level, honestly, would be fine.
Yes, Arisen. I am on.
Somewhat on level being like towards or close to the 50s. I don't. Level really doesn't matter all that much. It's more about equipment and skills. And so if the pawn is like level 52 to our 66 doesn't really matter. Gonna use a healing item just in case. Tabitha won't actually be super useful in the next fight. Especially not if she tries to buff Holy. Holy is actually not very good against the next enemy. We would want the fire buff. Whatever. If she wants to buff Holy, I don't care. But I guess Holy wouldn't be bad. Holy is good against the Cursed Dragon, but the Cursed Dragon is very weak. So this is the Dark Bishop with his pet lizard. So you might notice, unlike other Cursed Dragons, this one doesn't have a weak spot in the chest.
I'll scale it and strike from above. He's a trembling foe.
So this one is also comparatively weak, though we still don't do any damage, so we can just slap on the Periups again.
I shall take on the storm.
And suddenly we can get through the damage threshold. We're fine.
This is a presence of pure darkness.
So the Dark Bishop
Tis a mighty spell.
will attempt to revive the Cursed Dragon, usually not this quickly. Oops. Overexerted by a bit on the stamina.
Floating. Tis an evil almost palpable.
He has Exquy,
It forces
He also has one of the Mystic Knight spells that I definitely know the name of, and I'm just not gonna tell you for secret reasons. That is a lot more dangerous than Exequi, because Exequi really doesn't do anything. Oh, that reminds me, we don't need the... use a different head thing, but it doesn't really matter. We don't need the the barbed nails anymore. We give those back to Wild Rose. Because her being a warrior, she already does a lot more knockdown. Case in point. Especially with hammers. Hammers do a lot of knockdown. I think that's the revive. Nope. I don't know what that spell is.
Let's view those on land first. I'll attack the first opening I see. Dragon stands.
That's the revive. So when he revives the dragon,
Strike the moment it's open.
he possesses it. And when you kill the dragon again, and it's only the first time he revives it after, the dragon gets a bit tougher.
I'll scale it and strike the vast.
But if you kill the dragon again, the Dark Bishop will just take a dirt nap for a hot minute, and then you can just wait on him. So if you're a melee only class, that's basically what you do. You just you kill the cursed dragon, you sit around until he possesses the cursed dragon again. If you move around, he isn't really dangerous. Then you kill the cursed dragon again, and then you wait on him when he's down, and you repeat that until he's dead. As ranged vocations, you can obviously attack him while he's in the air. If you're a magic vocation, he is weak to darkness and resistant to holy. So you would preferably be a sorcerer with Maelstrom. That does a ton of damage if you can get it off. And depending on what spell RNG he rolls, you can get Maelstroms off decently well. You do have to kill the Cursed Dragon first, but that is generally not an issue with Holy Focus Bolt. Otherwise, like if you don't have time to cast Maelstrom, Miasma works because it's non-elemental. All the other elements are kind of ass against the Dark Bishop.
I've learned of this area. I feel familiar with this area now.
But Dark Bishop is also like the only relevant enemy that is weak to dark. Most other things are weak to holy, so most other endgame things are weak to holy. Thunder is a good element to bring.
This little island
And fire is
lies
always good.
beneath it are a pretty mess, don't you think?
But dark as like a buff or something, you won't get too much use out of.
I've done my share of exploring, and all over this place appears in no map or text I've ever seen. Even the halls that link one chamber to the next are mad. The work of some diabolic magic, like as not. A place so steeped in rancor just begs for conquest, doesn't it? Now, will you have a look?
It just begs for conquest, doesn't it? Now, will you have a look? Our pants got buffed. Got Dragon Forge. This cursed dragon for the Dark Bishop fight has the same chance to Dragonforge stuff as other cursed dragons, but it is a lot easier to kill because it has such little health and less defensive stats. And the bishop itself isn't very dangerous. Though don't get fooled. The first time through, the bishop can be quite the roadblock. So if you ever got roadblocked by the bishop, I'm not surprised. The bishop is quite the asshole. Especially if you're on a magic class. Because, really, unless you're actually casting Maelstrom on a sorcerer, you're not gonna do a lot. Even with Dark Focus Dark Focused Bolts, they won't do a lot. They do some damage. Especially if you have the right parry ups active, but Dark Bishop can be rough.
What'll it be then?
I forgot to give them healing items. Grab some more. Bunch of mushrooms for everybody. Oh, lady doesn't have sinew. That's rough.
What'll it be then?
Take some. Eating away from her.
What'll it be then? No, no.
Why am I so heavy though?
Forget. No, what'll it be?
What am I carrying that's so heavy? That's probably the 5 panacea. 3 is plenty. Or the 40 blaster was probably. I don't even know why I killed the Dark Bishop. There was like no real reason to kill the Dark Bishop.
What'll it be then? What'll it be? No, no.
This is very bright for you guys. I don't have my lantern on one. I'll probably have the elite lantern on one, I suppose.
What's that?
Okay. I think down here is then already like. Oh no, we have to go through the living armor still, and like an entire area, and then the living armor. The living armor is actually like a roadblock for most melees. Where the Dark Bishop is more of a roadblock for the casters, less so for the physicals. The living armor is like quite the opposite because
Best we repair that riftstone as soon as
after a
we can.
while it becomes completely impervious to physical damage.
Dare we press on deeper still?
So you need pre-enchanted weapons or magic attacks. Yeah, this also just leads back to the beginning. So that riftstone down there is also a
Older
scam.
memories are bubbling to the surface, though they show a past which is not my own. I recall fighting. I was in the service of a great warrior, and together we overcame many trials. Her ill-deserved end was a crushing blow to me as well. My soul was shattered, much as I then came to shatter his. What recollections I have seem so vivid, and yet all else beyond them is a haze.
What other quests do we have currently? We have the extra upgrade on the weapon, which we can't really do because we don't have mats. We are missing like 3 macabre statues for this. I guess we could just go slay the witchwood goblins.
And only if there is.
Witchwood
If
mine
there is
goblins. We're missing 4 macabre statue, and I know one more that is pain in the ass to get, and I would rather not grab it. Well, I guess I know two more because there's also one up there.
The unease of not clearly knowing oneself is aught I can sympathize with.
Older
Aiding one
memories
another
I
is our
recall
only hope in
what
surviving.
Only
Yeah,
a stronger.
we can purify some stuff. We have plenty of rift crystals. Maybe we get something good. Acquisition, facility. Elite Lantern is nice. The bad virtuoso ring. That's a bad virtuoso ring. That's not particularly useful to us since we're not playing a shield. Okay. Already had facility.
Only a
Okay.
stronger will. A will as yours can bring. If there is aught I can.
Pretty sure at this point we learned almost everything. The Voids and Dire Gouge make the sword a lot better on Assassin. Dire Gouge sword is actually pretty good. I guess sword in general is pretty good. But unfortunately we don't have a good sword, but we have really good daggers, so yep. Not the biggest chance that I'll switch. At least not at this point. There's a bow skill though. I think it's Lindsay inside. Assuming that's how you pronounce it. An acquisition increases the chance at which you gather items. That is not an augment you would usually run unless you're specifically trying to gather items. Wow. That's augments, alright. I forgot that we haven't played anything other than Assassin and a couple levels of Fighter yet on this character. What's... Boy. We could do like 30% more damage in the team, and we could do like have 30% more power and have like even more if we're playing by ourselves. That's decent. Oh, I do have a Grecian equipped. That explains why the Man-Eater grapple was so easy to escape. Transparent Sanguinity. Like, these are bad. Bloodlust is also bad. Just having more power at night is whack. Autonomy is really good. It's, I think, 20% more strength when you're solo. But you have to be completely solo without pawns too. Well, I mean, I don't particularly care for fitness. So I think we might swap that out for preemption.
If there is
And then,
aught I can do, say.
Remember to set the bow skills. Plegic Arrow isn't that great. Lindsay Inside is very strong. One of those skills that does a large amount of damage in a single hit. So it's good for breaking through defenses. Sorry. Shouldn't do that with the mic not muted. Okay, let's go to the Witchwood, see if we can't find the Goblin Shamans. Don't remember ever doing this quest, but I want the Immortal Armor. Even though I haven't really figured out how in the Nine Hells we're going to kill the Wyvern. Or worm. It depends. I think it's a Frost Worm. You have the Fire Drake, the Thunder Wyvern, and the Frost Worm for the stronger ones. The lower ones are just the Drake, the Wyvern, and the Worm.
Blows to the head work well. Did it?
Blows to the head work well. Immediately headshot them.
To
shallow enough to cross.
One thing you have to be mindful of if you make a character, if you are short enough, like small streams like this, if they reach up to your hips, just about, will be enough to drench you. So, if you have a massive aversion to being drenched, taller character is better.
Well thick, this forest.
Taller characters also, with the normal walk faster,
Uncommon dense. Almost as if
but
it means to hide
shorter
what's away.
characters
Is that a
have
clock?
smaller hitboxes.
Place rich.
Did it!
But stray a few steps, strength will be well lost, even in the noontime sun.
Which is only relevant in like one spot. I mean, the walking speed doesn't matter too much. Sprint speed is the same. So if you're going really fast, it doesn't really matter. Roll speed is the same as well. Here another goblin.
Careful! A goblin!
The range walls are mine.
You're not goblin shamans.
Strength in numbers. We have triumphed.
Careful, a goblin. If you're a warrior, and maybe some sorcerer spells do this too, but I'm not sure about that. But if you're a warrior, you can just punch these
This place has many
rocks
names, but the Witchwood is
with
that
one of your
most
weapons, and that will explode out all the ore. So you don't need to carry a pickaxe. You just have to run around and pick up the ore afterwards.
Wolves hunt
There we
in
go,
packs.
first try. Why are you buffing only
Let's
for
wait and see
wolves?
what they do. They're a slipping target. Now we gain the upper hand.
I mean, not that it matters, to be honest, but
Did it! I grant you fire's blaze!
few people are willing to take such risks, even for lucre.
That goblin bears a staff.
money.
Did it!
Yoink.
Is that a goblin?
This is water goblin. I don't like that she uses that move. But I also don't play with enough pawns to know if that is normal for a mage pawn. So
Wolves hunt in packs. Only the weak first strike Now!
did I use 2 casts? I did. What's that?
Hit them swinging blindly.
Eek!
Blows to
Oh,
the
he
head
didn't die.
work well. A falling goblin is an easy mark. Goblin falls.
I like how Laura says goblin in this voice line. A fallen goblin is an easy mark. Very good. That was the goblin quest, right? Yeah.
You'll never hit them swinging blindly.
Before we leave though,
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
let's go bully some. Is the right way? This is not the right way. It's always the same. I can never quite find my way through the forest on the first attempt.
the danger. This pawn feels quite comfortable here. Magic, or aught similar, hangs thick in the air.
I don't think I've explained it. So the way Lyncian Sight works is it does more damage the further it flies before it impacts an enemy. So it really is like a sniper. It's a shame it's not on a ranger, honestly, because ranger have the stronger bows, so you could do insane amounts of damage with it, and you can already do really good damage with it on assassin, and quickly too. So the main reason I'm here is because I want to see if we can't find a fight this thing. Let's see if we can get rid of the fog first. Is that over there? It is. This inside is really nice. Or however you pronounce that. It's just, I calls it how I sees it. Yes. So, is something? It looks like something. That's just a leaf. So usually if you can fight the stronger golems, you can already see their medals flying around, and I can't right now, so I don't think we can fight this thing. Never mind! So, metal golems work different than normal golems. Normal golems have the medals on their body. Metal golems do not. So you have to find them and destroy them. That means that generally speaking, metal golems are less dangerous in terms of the damage output department because you're not going to be close to them. But that also means, depending on the layout, they can be a bitch and a half to kill because you have to find the medals. And if you're a melee only class, they can even be impossible to kill. Because this one up there, impossible to hit on a melee. But as you can also see, Lyncian Sight does crazy damage because we just one-shot that. Whereas you've seen how many hits we needed with our melee weapon. Which is a similar power level, so it's very strong. Especially if you can shoot from far range. And with the other augment we picked up, where we do more damage on unaware enemies, that obviously synergizes with the sniper rifle of foe skills. You can see how far these medals are out. Like, if you're back there, the golem's not gonna do anything to you. Because it don't move that fast. That's about as fast as it moves. But, if you're a melee only class, maybe warrior can reach some of them because he has the fairly, the jumping light has a fairly tall hitbox. But fighter can't do half of these. There we go. Metal Golem beaten. That's an Electrum. Uncle Gold Ore. What is the sound? That's a weird sound. Yeah, magic metals is, I think, are gold golem metal golem exclusive as well. You only really need one of each monster material because all of them can be duplicated. So as long as you get one, you're good. But obviously the more you pick up, the less money you have to spend on dupes. Yeah, I wanted to show off the metal golem because they are fairly rare. There is at least one metal golem fight on Bitter Black Isle, but I don't remember where and if you need Fiend Luring Instance for that, but there is one here, so if you need metal golem items, just come here. I think it's only active in post-game though, so you would have to wait until after you killed Grigori.
Tis a port crystal, Master. What's that?
And also just to make that extra clear, if you want to be able to access post-game, you need to kill Grigori. All of the other endings
Only a stronger
will not
will
let
if
you
there is-
access post-game.
If there is
Got this.
if there
We
is
also got a staff, I think. Does that do anything? It's just permanently dark enchanted. Okay. I mean, that's not bad. But to get the special focus bolts on staffs, you need to cast actual enchantments on it. So, also not particularly useful. Especially subtle surface adheres snugly to the wearer's fingers and the hilt of any weapon. I don't think that does anything in particular.
if there is aught I can only a stronger will. If there is
Item draw. Once again, forgot to give the caster the Worm King ring.
if there is own prey.
Knowing a rift stone is close at hand is welcome relief to a pawn.
Aid of the Emerald King is once again not the quest we're looking for. Eliminators are also dangerous.
Seems her mind is in.
Do I have to do like a specific one? It's very possible that you have to do Visions of the End to unlock that. But I honestly wouldn't know. Like, it's been so long since I went for the Immortal's Armor. But hey, at least it gives us something to do, I guess. Since like I mentioned earlier, I don't really want to get into the next New Game cycle yet. Because I would rather grind out the other classes before we switch over, at least the ones that aren't going to get played. So I probably won't grind out Ranger on Wild Rose, because she's gonna switch to Ranger once she hits level 100. I'll just stay Assassin until I'm level capped because it's the better stat growth. That's too bad. Whatever.
Carry a ship. Aiding one another is our only hope in surviving such a place.
Do I still have Periods with me? If not, we might need to take another teleport. Because there's a good chance we don't do damage without them. I don't. The soldier where you can usually access your storage, that is right here, is unfortunately no longer here during post game.
Come, don't be sure.
Come.
Come,
Grand Soren and Bitter Black don't really make much of a difference storage-wise, since you have to walk about the same distance in post-game. Before post-game, Bitter Black Isle is a bit faster. Also, if you want to rest, you have the Eternal Fairy Stone. If you want to sleep days away, don't do it in Grand Soren. Grand Soren costs 500 gold pieces per night, whereas the starting village. What the fuck is starting village called? Whatever. Doesn't matter. Is a lot cheaper, so go there instead, is what I was trying to say. Casardes, that's what it was. I knew that. My head was just like Castartes. I was like, no, you're thinking of Astartes. That's wrong. Stop it.
Tis a heavy onus the men here bear. The once proud hold lies ruined. Such a grand keep fell in a moment's time before the world.
Ready, sir. Let us be on.
Terrible beast.
I'm a bit miffed that we have to do so much running around for the immortal stuff, when there was supposed to be a relatively quick detour. Like, I thought we'd take like an hour or so to get that stuff.
Mind the edge, master. A fall here means certain death.
Eliminator fun facts. They aren't here. That's the fun fact. Thanks for listening, goodbye. I thought they would be, that's why I saved. Not too worried about the succubi. What's she gonna do? Put me to sleep and then do 10 damage to me?
Tis over! Now we're where the heartbeat soar! Focus your attacks as it hovers.
But actual eliminator facts, they're weak to lightning. So if you have lightning, lightning them. We do not have lightning on our team, unfortunately. There also isn't a ton of good lightning weapons. In fact, most lightning weapons are about in the mid game, so they fall off quite a bit at this point. If you gold dragon forge something, everything is viable. But it will do less damage than other stuff. This is only one. So eliminators have this charge attack. If they hit you with their hammer, it hurts a lot.
I grant you sacred radiance!
As demonstrated by Lady over here. Hammer, hurdy. I'm gonna try to get some Linson side shots off.
Strike with fire!
Weak spot head. It's for most enemies. So, Linson side does more damage than Mighty Bend at long ranges. But at short ranges it falls off a lot. But as you can see, a mage with extra stagger power staggers quite well. Ow. And mages in particular will very quickly burn through. That's dangerous. So they can knock you up and then just baseball bat you out of the air. That is, in a lot of cases, just straight up lethal. If you, it's a grab attack. If they throw you to the ground like that and charge the hammer with a grab, so that you can wiggle out of. It is almost impossible to wiggle out of it if you don't have the augment for it. But they can be staggered out of it fairly easily. Where'd he go? During their charge, they're very susceptible to stagger, but if you are in a range class, it can be quite dangerous.
I cannot move! I was clumsy. Strike with fire!
Anytime.
I don't think they can be grabbed, but I'm not sure. They're also not usually that much of a struggle, but like mentioned before, we are not very like geared up and leveled enough to do bitter black stuff. Like leveled at this point, sure. Like around level 70 I think is fine, honestly, but we do not have the gear. Especially weapon wise, it's very noticeable that we do not have the gear we need. Does the adept side do anything? It extends the duration of sigils and objects summoned via weapon skills. Okay. So yeah, it makes it so that the anodyne bubble, for example, lasts longer. So this right here, the sigil, will last longer than like Mystic Knight sigils would last longer too. That's the Executioner. They can drop their helmet too. It has some strength on them. On it. the helmet. Or there's much easier ways to farm these guys than actually fighting them. It's quite similar to how we're going to fight the Elder Ogres once we finally get to do that. But I quite enjoy the fact that these fights last a bit longer than what I'm used to.
Tis a port crystal, Master. Tis a port crystal. One can
Because
reach
it
from
makes
anywhere with the use of magic.
telling you guys what the enemies actually do and how to play around that a bit easier than if I just ran in there and murdered them in like a shot. The Adept hood is fine, it just, I don't think it looked good. So,
Only a spray.
there we go. Defeat 5 Gorm.
The unease of not clearly knowing oneself is what I can sympathize with, aiding one another. Is everything in order, Master?
Release, yes. It's actually faster to say yes and then back out of the items menu than just say no, because it asks you for an extra, gives you an extra, like, are you sure you don't want to give them anything message? Which is dumb. But that is how we roll in Dragon's Dogma land.
May I?
And now we seize Wild Rose and
I was clumsy.
get rid of her again.
Soaked to the bone.
We kill the 5 Gorm and then we kill the 5 Elder Ogres. And then we'll have to figure out how to kill the Frost Worm. The Tabitha's fire buff might help, but I think even with Bonk Parry-ups we might just do no damage. And if we do, I don't think there's a way to cheese it down like a whole. There is an an instant death pit in the area, but I don't think the dragon can reach it. Wrong room. It's not too bad to run in here because it gives us a save. There's a macabre statue like up there too. The intent is to like grab onto one of those guys. Get yourself blown up there. Like this. I think it's up here, it might be even higher. There it is. This can be a bit tricky, and they also do not spawn here anymore after you have killed the final boss of this area. Because after you killed the final boss of this area, it's a new, like the entire Bitter Black Isle enters a new state. Currently we're in pre-Daemon. Daemon is the final boss, and then it would enter post-Daemon. And you get different spawns in these areas, and you get a lot of living armors. And you get different spawns in every area, and different chest loot that is better. Yep. But if you trying to farm specific things in like the Black Abbey and the Rotunda of Dread, I think is the other area, you can just leave and re-enter. Is there nothing? There's no way there's nothing. I'm gonna go down there and get like ambushed and die. But I'm curious what the spawn is. Is there really just nothing? That seems weird. Don't want the helmet. Okay. I didn't know nothing could be a valid spawn. It's interesting. You can just leave and enter these areas to get the spawn you want. And if you're farming for a specific item, you could even save after entering. And then do the spawn. Is that 2 cursed dragons? Man, I'm not used to the fiend luring instant spawns. 2 cursed dragons seems like a bitch. That seems like a rough fight. But I mean, I guess that's the intent, right? That the fiend luring instance makes the fight stuff. Is nothing again? Why? Why do they keep being nothing spawns? We had 3 cursed dragon spawns now, 2 nothing spawns, 3 nothing spawns? Do you have to wait on the golem to do the golem, not respawn? Did I fuck myself over? Because if these golem don't respawn, we're gonna have a rough time. Let me check real quick. Dragons, Dogma, Black Abbey, Imp. Well, Black Abbey is not required. Wiki should have info. Dangerous for core cyclops, 3 cameos, core cyclops and Bio, Vivan, Lich, Cockatrice. What's carrying featuring is a 5 Garm, 2 Cursed Dragons, White Lich, 7 Living Armors. 7 Living Armors! Crazy. Oh, it has a macabre statue too. Guess we can grab that. But why aren't the Garms respawning? Oh. So we had the Living Armor and the Cursed Dragon spawn, and then I assume the empty spawn is the Garm? Does it say something on the Fiend Luring Instance page? With the instant inventory number for spawn, the Trondheim Abbey ceased, and only those loot by the item appear. Once all 3 sets of foes have been defeated, no more enemies will appear until 4 days have passed. Carrying the Fiend during instance inventory also seems to increase the odds of random encounters with Death, Garm, and Elder Ogres. The appropriate areas, okay. So I guess we have to wait 4 days before we can kill the Garms here again. If I need to defeat everything, I'm certain I can defeat the 2 Cursed Dragons. I'm not sure I can kill 7 Living Armors at the same time. That seems like a lot. But let's just lift Stone out, take a quick 4-day power nap in Casardas, and figure it out from there.
Only a stronger will. If there is
No, I don't wanna.
only a stronger will. Oh,
Going
sir,
to return to
I
Casardas.
would-
It going back through Casardas through Aura just saves us one loading zone, so it is marginally faster. Because if you teleport to Casardas, you get to the rift zone that is like outside the walls over there.
How's the day find you? Good, Matt. What can I do you for? You
The
seem
rest,
tired. So be it.
Phantom Morning.
Yeah. What can I do you
Best
for? You seem so be
Phantom
it.
Morning. It's 1.
Yeah. What can I do? You seem so be it.
2.
Yeah. What can I do? You seem so be it.
3.
Yeah. What can I do? You seem so be it.
4. I'm gonna do a 5th one just in case. I shouldn't need to because I already slept till morning once, so we definitely did 4 days.
Yeah. What can I do? You
But
seem so be it.
like we just spent 300 gold, you know? I think we can live with that. What do we have here? Where does she want to go? He'll figure now. We have a point there. We do not really know. Then I can't be arsed. Cannot be bothered to take Simone there in that case. I'm gonna try if I can't grab this macabre statue. Ooh, I made it, actually. Oh yeah. Thought that would be a bit more difficult. It is on here, I believe. Somewhere. This one we already had. Oh, there it is. Oh, we only need 2 more. Once you're up here, you can also go further up. There's some stuff up here, some few mining points, and there's 1 good consumable loot, I think. Well, there might be another macabre statue. Just in my head, it says it is more. Yep. Another macabre statue. I don't think we can make it over there. Hitbox on this up here is a bit whack. Up there is like the chest. And up there is like breakable boxes too. You can do this. More stuff. If you play Strider, you can springboard off of the Sparrow up here and then springboard off of this chest up there and then loot that stuff. That is unfortunately Strider exclusive. I wish the springboard skill from the dagger. I think it's called Vault or something. I wish that was on all dagger users because then I would play Ranger only because I love playing Ranger. But Vault and what's it called? Brain Splitter are so nice for traversal. Because Vault gets you up places and Brain Splitter gets you down from everything without fall damage. So we could jump down the entire tower later on in this area without taking any fall damage. And that is quite the drop from like down there till up there. The worst part about Strider is that both its movement abilities, Brain Split is also a lot of damage, but both its movement abilities are so good and so fun to use that you don't really have space on the bar for instant reset, because you also kind of want 100 kisses. Because it's great for when you're climbing an enemy. That is the Cursed Dragons. That does look like Gorm to me. That's one. Four more to go. 3 more to go. It's really funny to see them like in the background just fall to their death. Oh yeah, Immortal Sabatons. There we go. So, Garm, like Elder Ogres and Cursed Dragons and Death himself, are kind of like whatever the super boss equivalent to a mini boss would be. They're like a super mini boss. Since none of them are like actual boss fights, but Garms, Elder Ogres, Cursed Dragons, and Death are all very, very strong enemies. Together with Daemon, they are the strongest enemies in the game, and Daemon is not even that strong. But that is mainly because Daemon has very simple mechanics. And not as ridiculous stats. Like, Elder Ogres have ridiculously high defense. Garms do crazy damage, especially because if wolf-like enemies knock you on the floor, they can maul you while you're on the ground. And that does a ton of damage when wolves do it. That does insane damage when a Garm does it. Like, if you like a super high defense, high health character, it will kill you in seconds. It's ludicrous.
Only as strong if there is. If there is aught I can, only a stronger will. A will is your.
Purify the stuff we found. 54 points of magic is pretty good. Nomad's Cloak. Celestial Armor. Could not tell you how either of these items look.
Only a stronger will. A will is your. If there is aught I can do, say.
Let's
If
find
there
out,
is
I guess.
only a stronger will. A will as yours can bring him peace. If there is
Items,
aught
change
I can.
equipment. Probably can't equip the celestial armor though, actually, because assassin can't really equip heavy armor. It looked like heavy armor. Nomad's cloak is fine, I guess.
If there is aught I can do. If there is only a stronger. If there is aught.
Change location. We have to get dressed again for it, but I'm curious what the celestial armor looks like. So look at it. Nah. I don't like it.
If there is aught I can. Only a stronger will. If there is aught.
We have nothing to equip. Could equip the ogre bone, I guess, so I get staggered less. Doesn't really matter. Like we have instant reset if we get staggered. So not that big a deal. It's 3-fold, 6-fold, and then it's 10-fold bold, right? But that's ranger, not not for us. I think. Because we have 5-fold flurry, right?
If there is only.
We have 5-fold flurry, yes.
Only a stronger will. A will as yours can bring. If there is aught I can do, only a stronger will. If there is aught I can.
We check the accessories a bit more. If we have anything interesting. Could equip the Ring of Perseverance, but if I'm farming discipline later on anyways, I'm just gonna farm enough. Doesn't really matter. Magic doesn't do much for us. The other virtuoso rings are not good. 50 health is super low. I think they can roll up to like 250.
If there is
Not
aught
that
I can do,
I would equip a ring for 250 health.
only a stronger will. Pray.
Did I already? Oh yeah, I already grabbed the Elder Ogre quest. The Elder Ogre should be in the Rotunda of Dread, but gotta be honest, I did not double check that. I could have done that while I was on the Fiend Luring Instance page. But since, as far as I'm aware, there's only the Black Abbey and the Rotunda of Dread. And they're definitely not Black Abbey. Should be Rotunda of Dread. No, by process of elimination. If you just roll off this ledge, by the way, you take a splat. If you hang off the ledge and then drop down, you don't. That's why I always do it. It would be slightly faster for us probably to splat and then instant reset, but my health. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna cleanse that as soon as we go in here. That is not an Elder Ogre. It is in fact a dragon. I'm burning a panacea for this is annoying. But poison lasts forever, so I don't want to deal with it. That is a Gore Cyclops. That is 2 Gore Cyclopses. And, what are they called? Forsaken Pawns, I think? Gore Cyclopses aren't gonna be very dangerous if you're up there, but Pawns might be. What if that ain't looks like if that ain't looking like executioners and elder ogres, then I don't know what does. So elder ogres, they are not so keen on just walking off the ledge down there, but they do also enjoy walking off ledges as well. Hopefully I didn't bite off more than I can chew at once. They'll try to climb up there, and then they'll do this and fall down. And it'll cost them like half their health, and then they do this twice, and then they die. And that's how you get your early Elder Ogres in for the Immortal set. And as you saw, the Eliminator does that as well. So if you want to farm Eliminators for whatever, you can do that too. Very tanky heartbeat. That's 1. That's 2. Yeah, so the executioners, is that what they're called? Specifically can run down there. They're completely stuck in there. So if you do any damage to them, you can just blink them to death. That's a bit unfortunate because they don't take fall damage when they fall down like that. That won't happen if you like engage them a bit. But like if you get them to fall off like earlier. But it's difficult and dangerous, and we're not really here for the executioners anyway, so I don't particularly care what they do. We are here exclusively for the Elder Ogres. Unfortunately, I think there's only 3. So we have to sleep 4 more days and do this again. Because we don't need anything specific from them, but we need the guilds. My controller disconnected. I literally can't do anything right now. Oh, it works again. No, don't push him. I was trying to snipe this guy. There we go, that's the last Elder Ogre. Gonna try to grab some of his mats. Foxy Flash. Elder Ogre Claw, I think that's all their mats. Yeah, we don't care about the Executioners, I just want to make sure there's no more Elder Ogres. There isn't. We're going to have to leave. I forgot to bring a lift, so that's okay. Just a bit slow. So the benches on Bitter Black Isle, you can rest on them, but they either don't move the time at all or only by like an hour or so, so they are not useful for trying to reset Bitter Black Isle. But otherwise they act exactly like an inn. They update your pawn, they refill your health, your stamina, your old status ailments. They just do not move the time around, which I think is fair. Like if you just go for the fact that moving the time is like the thing you need to do to farm this place, really. Paying a bit of money for it is a-okay with me. I think this area can only spawn Garms and Death for the rest, but we already saw the Garm spawn. And the very first time you pass through here on a playthrough, you will also get a Death spawn. You can technically kill Death when he spawns there first. But Death will leave after you done a certain amount of damage to him. So if you don't do all of his health at once, like very quickly, you just leave. And also because you can't just toss him down a ledge, he's just as strong as he would be.
If there is.
So it's not exactly easy to kill him on the first spawn.
If there is.
Down one statue, right? Yeah. Oh shit. I ran up, and then the Black Abbey there was a black statue.
If there is
Macabre statue that I forgot to grab, which is the last one we need. So
if there is.
you might have to go for that at some point. But first we're gonna take a quick 4-day power nap again. But before we do that, I think I'm gonna take a short break because I've been live for like 3 hours at this point. I think I deserve a short break. First we go into Cassardus though. Don't want to get like ambushed by a goblin or something. But yeah, I'll be right back. Do I have a be right back screen? I have this. Is this good? Sure, good enough. Jank as fuck. Works for me. Sums up the stream perfectly. So I'm gonna take a quick break to do stuff. Pee. I'm gonna click back into the game so I have some music. Even if it's not much. I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Bye bye. Hello, I have returned. I did a pee. What did you all do during the break? Tell me about it. Second. Check on some stuff. In case anybody wanted something from me. In the meantime. Doesn't appear so. Alright. Continue now.
Hello.
We need to rest for 4 days for Elder Ogres, correct?
Good news, do they? It's easy. What can I do? You sing, so be it. Now, what can I do? You sing, so be it. Now, what can I do? You sing, so be it. Now, what can I do? You sing, so be it. Now, what can I do? You sing, so be it.
Oh, that reminds me. Would you guys be interested in seeing me play Monster Hunter Rise? I have not touched the Sunbreak expansion at all yet. I kind of want to, but I'm also very lazy about it.
Yes.
Some need of me?
I think that was 4 days. Let's rest another one just in case. Just in case I don't know how to count to 4.
Now, what can I do? You sing, so be it.
It's faster than running there and not getting anything out of it. And then running back. And then we have to... sorry. And then we have to figure out how to get through the dragon. Don't have a lift stone, but there's also no convenient way to get to Baroque at this time, so just have to walk in and then walk back out again. Here, let me show you. Just roll off his flat. I mentioned that earlier, and I might as well show it off. So nobody can tell me I'm lying. Strimmer, why you tell lies? God damn it. So if you don't particularly care about fashion, or just in general if you get your hands on endgame armor, it is fairly easy to become immune to most status ailments. Poison isn't usually one you have to aim for, because a lot of stuff is just poison immune from the get-go. But man, is it nice to not have to worry about that shit anymore. can basically, like, with the, especially with the special rings, the virtuoso rings, you can kit yourself out to be like completely immune to all statuses. The most common ones you want to be immune against are petrification, sleep, torpor, and possession. Those are just about the most annoying to deal with. After that, you know, fire, poison, the damage over time effects can be a bit rough. Frozen is a good one to be immune against, though not a lot of stuff freezes, but when it does, it's a bit unfortunate. Yeah. The fact that you spawn with Fiend during instance means that this stuff is decent at XP farms too as well. Like the golems give 63k. Not the golems, the ogres, sorry, give 63k. And the executioners, or whatever they're called, give you like 23k. Eliminators, that's what they're called. Same thing, really. And given that you can just start the game, do the first quest where you get your own pawn, and then you can enter Bitter Black Isle. By that time you're like level 4. You can go there, pick up the Fiend during instance, sprint down here and get like 62k XP for free. And as you've seen, it's not really hard to get them to drop off, it just takes a bit of time. Same with the Gorms, you just do it. You might notice when you're sprinting, if you get below a certain amount of stamina, I'm not sure if we're gonna reach it here, you get a different sprinting animation. We had enough, we didn't reach it. That animation already is slower than rolling, so if you're a dagger class, dagger vocation, you're better off switching to rolling at that point.
I feel only a stronger will. A will at prey.
Where's the other quest then? Is it further in? Might be further in. Before I run further in, I'm gonna check if I can find Barok here. Because I don't want to run all that way back without a lift stone. But actually I wouldn't have to, because there's always a lift stone that spawns on the bench. Actually. So yeah, I can just run there. And since we reset Bitter Black Isle, it will be there as well. And I think that's also just where Barok spawns anyways. So, back to the Rotunda of Dread we go. Or close to it at least. It's a human! I might actually want to grind some discipline out for augments before we try the dragon. Because we really need all the damage we can get. Also, we should definitely get, what's it called, Dragon's Rancor. We should be able to just get that by clipping through the Moonbeam Gem door. We could just open the Moonbeam Gem door, honestly. Like, we don't need to clip through this, a Moonbeam Gem up here. There's always a lift on this bench, I already picked it up, but... The Wages of Death 3! That's what I'm looking for. Blood red crystals. What drops blood red crystals?
You were guess now. What
I
will
don't
it be?
think I remember.
What will it be? Then?
But I also thought we would pick up the last immortal quest here. Do we have to pick it up in Francis?
What will it be then?
Is it all open? Read the chess piece of this. Farm. Elder Ogres. No, okay, this is this quest becomes available immediately after slaying the dragon in the final battle. Once acquired from the notice board in the Arisen's Refuge on Bitter Black Isle, a frostworm will replace the worm normally located in Water God's Altar during post-game. This is Arisen's Refuge, isn't it? Let me check. This is Arisen's Refuge. Do not think we have by royal decree yet. So we will have to do some other quests here again. Yup. Cool.
Eve, come in. Now, will you have a look?
What's we have the helmet. Black Hydra scale. What's gonna happen? Black. Did we slay an Arc Hydra?
Now, will you have a look? What will it be then? Now, will you have
Probably
a look?
steal from an Arc Hydra.
I'll see you don't regret it.
We don't have Strider level, so we can't do that. Okay, Lava Rock is easy. Rubicide, I believe, is a living armor drop, but I'm not 100% sure.
Now, will you have no doubt?
Anyways, let's grab Wild Rose and slap the immortal stuff on her.
Let us continue our exploration using this stone
See
as
if
a
we
hub.
can't get her to look decent.
The one. Now, will you have it? What will it be then?
A chest piece that looks good with us. Not bad. Don't like this, don't like that. In general, the solar armor doesn't look that great. You don't have a lot of armor. I guess it's fair, we could pour this entire playthrough from what I remember. I mean, that's not awful, but that's not good. Let's put the old stuff back.
What'll it be then?
As always, form over function. Throw blasts away. I'm still gonna grab the Dragon's Rancor even if we can't do the...
What'll it be? No.
Sorry, the Dragon yet, because it is just straight up an upgrade to our bow, or it should be. At least once upgraded. And then maybe I'll grab a good sword too.
Cockatrice! Hobgoblin, 'tis a formidable foe.
Because I would not mind playing sword and bow. Sword and bow is fun on Assassin. Although you have to play it a little bit slower because you don't words. You don't get the roll. What I was thinking about. I don't know behind which door Dragon's Rancor is. It's one of these three over here. So I'm just gonna cheat. Actually, we need to get rid of a pawn for this. Pawns have been slighted by barrels in their life, and they hate them with a passion. So, while stricken with this mortal coil, they will do everything in their power to end the life of every single barrel that exists throughout Gransus. And we can't have that. We need the barrel. I'm pretty sure the first door is the trophy jacket, but I'm also only pretty sure. And unfortunately you can't save scum the doors, because it auto-saves afterwards. Like, immediately when you put the gemstone in. So what you do is just you put this in the corner, then you grab this, then you hop. And then you clip through the door. And then we already looted this, so... I guess that means it's somewhere in my storage. Because if this is looted, then the other ones are looted too. This one up there isn't looted. Because I've only recently seen someone do that. Technically you could just use the same technique to loot it. We put a barrel there and then clip into it. But with a barrel in hand you can't make this jump. So you need to apply some advanced shenanigans. Get bitten by a snake and don't be poisoned, impossible challenge. And please, out of here, far away from our dear barrel friend as possible. There should be another barrel somewhere, I think. Oh, we needed snake coats. Nice. For a quest. I thought there was 2 barrels, because I'm pretty sure you need 1 barrel to put in the spot, and then 1 more barrel to get over it. I've only seen it done once. Because it was like, yeah sure, I know how this works. Guess I don't know how this works then. Oh no, there's another barrel, okay. This is Wakestone Shard, it's a safe spawn. This chest usually has bitter black stuff in it. And then the pile up here has good stuff as well. This one? Oh, this one. Bye. Well, I mean, it usually has good stuff. Not this time, I guess. I'm gonna put this barrel here. And we need to grab this barrel from over here. One. Gotta be careful because it has explosive barrels next to it, and snake bites and stuff like that trigger those barrels. We want to put it, I think, right here. Maybe not quite as close, maybe more like here. No! No! In the arms of an angel. Well, whatever, let's use the moonbeam chat. That's a shield though. That's why I wasn't super excited about opening it. What? So that would mean we should have the bow in storage already. And the bow you can get the bow super early because you can just clip through the moonbeam door, but if you use the bow before you're like level 46 or something, it'll drain a tremendous amount of stamina because the level requirement is high. There's only very few weapons that have stat requirements. It's mainly the bitter black stuff and the Ur Dragon weapons. But you're not gonna kill the Ur Dragon at level 30. Like, that's just not something you're gonna do, so. But I think technically the Ur Dragon stuff is tradable, so probably why.
The wasp? No, what'll it be then?
Yeah, Dragon's Ire. What it's called. So you see it has permanent fire enchantment on it, and it is currently unupgraded, marginally weaker than our like Dragon Forged.
What'll it be? No.
Other thing. Need one more lava rock. Okay, I can get one more lava rock.
No,
Pretty sure I can get one more lava rock right here. way to paint me a liar, I guess. Never mind.
The one.
Is that what you say? Paint me a liar? That seems incorrect to me. Oh, we don't have the shmoney. That was the issue.
Now, will you have a look? What'll it be?
That's okay, we can just sell one of them. Worth like a fortune. Dragon's Glaze. Dragon's Glaze is the longbow version of Dragon's Ire, but it's ice instead of fire.
What'll it be then? Now,
it's gonna be probably our bow of choice on Wild Rose one sheet, level 100. What if it's a frost worm? I think I want upgraded golden stilettos too. Catacomb gold. No idea where you get that.
now, will you have a look? No doubt.
I think the bow
What'll it be?
should be stronger than our bow already. The gold daggers won't be. They won't ever be stronger than our dagger. But it's actually slightly weaker when it's fire damage. And we need to use it to Dragon Forge it, so let's just slap it on. But yeah, the gold weapons, once you upgrade them enough, they inflict silence. And the rusted weapons, once you upgrade them enough, inflict poison and torpor, which is really nice. I also think they inflict a couple of more status elements, but the important thing is they inflict poison and torpor. Then you also have the anneal stuff. I think that's how you say that. They're like black. They inflict oil. They are not particularly useful. Technically, we could like use those with our firebow and do some oil shenanigans, but a lot of enemies are just not susceptible to oil. Which is a bit of a shame, because it's not honestly that good a status ailment.
What'll it be then?
But let's see if we can get a Dragon Forge going on our new bow. Don't need that anymore. Oh, Dragon's Rancor was the bow we already had. That's why I was saying Dragon's Rancor.
What'll it be? What'll it be then?
I want to withdraw gold stilettos. I want to withdraw. No, I already have the bow equipped, I don't need to withdraw the bow. Any other armor pieces would be relevant? Don't think so.
What'll it be? No doubt.
I do need rancid bait meat.
Now, what'll it be?
Since the Dark Bishop only respawns once you've beaten Daemon, we can't farm the easier Cursed Dragon for it. Point arrows. I don't want those. I want blast arrows though, just in case. I think 2 rancid bait meats. And bring 3 methylate.
Nah.
That should be plenty for a Cursed Dragon. So the goal is to Dragonforge your bow. That's the most important thing. Preferably we'd also Dragonforge the golden stilettos. Important for that is I need to remember to equip them. Which damage does that do actually? Pretty good. Ow. Don't throw torches at me. Do you know how rude that is? Oh my god, stop. Of course he would throw where I wasn't even. I should grab onto it because I have the whatever they're called, gloves that make me stronger when I'm grabbing onto stuff, I think. Or they increase my speed when I'm grabbing onto stuff, never mind. I'm thinking of an augment that makes you stronger when you grab onto stuff. Yeah. It's not the first cockatrice we kill, so it's not crazy impressive or anything. Since I'm pretty sure killed the story cockatrice as well. Technically the story cockatrice can flee. Gonna conserve some stamina on the way up. Then I want to save, and then we're gonna spawn in a cursed dragon, which I'm pretty sure we can defeat. With, at least with Conqueror's Parriots and Blast Arrows, we should be able to get through Cursed Dragon. Oh, I got a sword for killing the cockatrice. Right, because we had a cockatrice quest. Not a whole lot of damage, but it's also unbuffed, so... Here. Then I just slap blast arrows on. Work. So, after a half health, I think technically after a third of its health and after a sixth of its health, it does this attack. It breathes on the ground, that explodes out, and poisons you if it hits you. Also does pretty good damage. Not fantastic for damage. Oh, and also my parry-ups already ran out, I think. You don't want it to be in the sky for too long, because then it can... come. Hey, Nilu. What's up? You don't want it to be in the sky for too much, because then it can use its breath attack. And that's bad, because it also poisons you, and it hurts. You're usually safe up here. And you're also usually, if it's not too close to a wall, safe when you are clinging to its chest, where the crystal is. Our damage is really rough. I expected a bit more. So I should have probably equipped autonomy for the 20% boost. But luckily, we are a yellow vocation, and therefore we are overpowered. Because not only do we do high damage, we have high mobility. And paired with that, we have ranged weapons. And Jesus Christ, that's a lot of Conqueror's parry-ups for one cursed dragon. I really hope we actually get the Dragon Forge. We got it on the daggers. Didn't get it on the bow. Bow is kind of more important. The daggers do inflict silence at this point though, so that's really nice. The rotten rancid bait meat should be able to spawn another dragon, but we don't have enough parry-ups to take on another dragon, so I'm gonna go grab some more real quick. And I'm gonna grab the oil arrows of Barok as well, I think. Because at worst they don't do anything. Ow.
No, what'll it
Manage,
be?
draw. Give me 12. Give me 60. That way I should have 8 left over after the fight. The oil arrows. Sleep is decent if you can inflict it on enemies, because the first hit that puts them, like breaks them out of sleep will do double damage. But we don't really have anything that does like crazy damage. We don't have like the arc of absolutely murdering stuff from Warrior or anything like that, or Great Gamble, stuff like that. Have more large mushrooms. Mushrooms are good.
What'll it be? No.
Let me quickly pull up something. Would I put that actually? It was fine. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm gonna wait for stamina recovery, because this should spawn another cursed dragon, and that will be right in our face, so we're gonna need some stamina to get away from it. Obviously, the more stamina we can burn through, the more DPS we can do. Don't think he can be oiled. Ow. That hurted. Couldn't instant reset that for some reason. Maybe Dragon Wind is too strong. Also, can I put the better daggers again? Since I don't need to Dragon Forge the gold stilettos anymore, so if I have to use them, they'll do a bit more. I don't super want to put another parry up at this point, because he's so close to doing the breath attack. Gonna waste a bit of time. Also, we can just regen stamina. Next time he flies up, I'm gonna parry it again. It was a bit hard to predict where the globules are going to land, and they also have a wacky hitbox. So that's what we brought the anti-poison stuff for. Not because the poison is particularly more dangerous on him than any other enemy, but just because poison is annoying. I like how the deer don't give a flying fuck about the dragon that is reeling next to them. Nice. Dragon forged the bow. What we did before. I think at 3 upgrades, the chance to Dragon Forge is like 30% on a Cursed Dragon. Yeah, seems low actually. It's like Dragon and Grigori have a 100% chance on kill to Dragon Forge all your equipment, no matter the upgrade level. Then all the normal drakes have like a 10% chance, I think, at +3. Maybe 30% for Cursed Dragon doesn't seem that low actually. Anyways, we're gonna run back to Baroque, see if we can get upgrade for Silver Forge or Gold Forge. Because we really need to gear up for the Frost Worm. I'm not too worried about our daggers. The golden ones, that is, because they already can inflict silence. They are going to do their job. But I'm a bit worried about our bow not performing good enough. Because I thought it would be a bit stronger than it is.
Now, will you have a look? What'll it be then?
Verify. Crimson Stone. Where do you get that? A Crimson Stone. If I had to guess, it's probably Fireworms? Fire Dragons? Is it not Crimson Stone? It is, but I wrote Crimson Stone. Fire Saurians. That's easy. They also drop the status cut. Okay. That's easy. We can just get that. We need for the next upgrade then. Fire Drake Fang. Ugh. I mean, if we just chip a Fire Drake's mouth, we should get the Fang. What would that give us? Would give us quite a bit. So currently it's 589 strength, 310 magic. With the next upgrade it would be 649 strength, 350 magic. And then the upgrade after that it would be 775 and 430. They also increase staggered knockdown power, that's not gonna matter too much. We'll definitely go for the silver one. I'm not sure if we go for the Fire Drake upgrade. Also because I have it open already. Let me check the dragon forging rate so I can actually say. Okay, at 0 enhancements, The Cursed Dragon is 40%. At 3-star enhancement, it was 75% per dragon to enhance it. So Cursed Dragons are actually a lot better than I thought. You don't even need to upgrade your stuff to get it enhanced at all. Which is nice.
Now, will you have a look? What'll it be?
Definitely depositing the sword we're not using. Because that is heavy. Gotta keep this golden status on me. This. And not this because we found an elite lantern, so I'd rather bring that, honestly. Let me think. Definitely bring more conch parriers. Let's bring enough for 5 buffs. That is how long does it last? Do it last 30 seconds or a minute? It should be plenty of time to burn through the frostworm. Either way. I'm thinking so much about it. We don't even have the quest yet.
What'll it be? No,
Let's go.
no
Let's
doubt.
go. Some Sophosaurians in the tail. Actually, before I run away, since I'm playing by myself right now, I should pick up autonomy.
The one. Now, will you have a look? What'll it be then?
Let's go. Operation autonomy. My game is laggy right now. I don't know why. My PC. Have to be my PC, right? What? Specifically warm? Or particularly warm, I mean. Everything seems fine. Gonna restart the game real quick. Just in case that there's something going on, I don't know. Capcom. So, there is a room that always spawns Pyosaurians in the beginning. Gotta be honest, don't 100% remember where. Still feels laggy to me. Does it look laggy to you guys? If we go past here, we can go to the Black Abbey and pick up the last macabre statue we need for the quest. Which, even if that is not the fastest way to where we need to go, we will still get something nice out of it. Nope, this is the Saurian place, or the Pyrosaurian place. That's wrong though, that's a Geosaurian, I'm pretty sure. It looks very not on fire for a Pyrosaurian is what I'm trying to say. Or maybe the Pyrosaurians are post-Daemon? That's possible. Let me look that up actually. DDDA Pyrosaurian. Should be in Pilgrim's Gauntlet. This is Pilgrim's Gauntlet. But Pyrosaurians are the ones that are on fire. This one clearly wasn't. And the ones down the hallway also aren't. Pre-Daemon. There is home to several Pyrosaurians, a number of spiders, giant bats, crop spawns. The pioneer has for a courtyard. Picking up the white key, Chris Dragon spawn. Well, it's good as it's fighting man caught a giant Geosaurians, family of cycluses. Okay. So they are gone. There is a Pyrosaurian spawn in the Black Abbey though. And since they just respawn, we could just grab that one. We just have to reload the area a couple times probably. But that's okay. So yeah. I'm glad I looked this up instead of just running around for ages. Maybe we get lucky in this Pyrosaurian spawn. Doesn't look like it. The Wraith though. And an Elder Ogre? 4 Cyclops. Macabre statues over here. That is the 10th one we need for the quest. Just have to have them all in our inventory. That is the same encounter. I'm currently not sure if the Pyrosaurians are on fire before they're aggroed. I think they are. I think the other ones were. But I wanted to double check to see if the goblins are actually goblins, not disguised Pyrosaurians, I guess. What's this now? Was undead. Don't look like Pyrosaurians to me. Wouldn't know why they'd be paired with undead either. Didn't check which encounter it actually is, so probably should have done that too. But we'll figure it out. That's the cockatrice. Pyrosaurians. Cool. Wraith again. It's only post-Daemon. I'm sorry, guys. I'd be very upset if we can't upgrade this until post-Daemon. Just because I was a bit lazy on looting the other Pyrosaurians. So there is apparently a pre-Daemon spawn that is just 4 Pyrosaurians, 4 Geosaurians, but there's also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spawns. So yeah, just gonna take a while. I didn't want to open that. There we go. Apparently 4 Geosaurians around as well. Yeah, they're in between there. I love how they all just like, what the fuck was that? Some bitch shot off the panel. Oh, sorry. I'll try to kill the Geosaurians first. Because they'll probably take a bit more fire damage. Yep. Then I can just dagger through the other ones. Ow, just kicked me. Infernal height is not what we need. Just in fact the wrong drop. Flamica is also not what we need. We go again. This time we just shoot the Geosaurians first. Did we see the Pyrosaurians from the entrance? Don't remember. I have the worst short-term memory. Four Cyclops and the Wraith. Or the Lich. Another Lich encounter. Or the Wraith. I never know which one's which. Oops. Bobolins. Tail. There it is. Just a rift fragment. Unfortunate. Ah, that's what it is. Right? Oh, that's a fisheye stone. Come on. Give me your stupid stone. You don't need it anymore, you're dead! Out of stamina. Inky Saurian skills. The wrong enemy. And he eats it. Does anybody remember how many I need? I think it was 3. I'm gonna have to check. I'll probably Google it so I don't have to run back to Barak again. Because unfortunately he's the only one that can rarefy stuff higher than Dragonforge. But nobody can rarefy stuff in Dragonforge. Only go to level 3 and then you have to kill dragons for Dragonforge. Why? Please just give me the stupid stone. I only need one. And then I leave you alone. That rhymed. Who would have thought the longest bit of today's stream is gonna be farming a stone? So, what are you all up to? There was a gargoyle. I don't think I've seen a gargoyle yet. Cockatrice. I believe the only enemy that starts out airborne that is capable of also not flying. Because the harpies can just sit around, but they can't really move if they're not in the air. Could be the right spawn again. It is. It is indeed. I like that I can knock them so far back that they lose aggro. Funny. Would like it even more if they would give me the fucking stone. Didn't I get it and not notice it, did I? Saurian skin, fish eye stone, it's the wrong stone. The drop rate on that. Say it. No, doesn't even state that it is like a rare spawn or anything. Well, one of the comments on the wiki page said it was a rare drop, so guess we're gonna be for a minute. And or for a little bit more oomph. Unfortunately, we can't also just go and break the flame dragon's tooth off, the fire dragon's tooth off, because while you can skip upgrades 1 and 2 to go to 3 stars immediately, you can't do so with Dragon Forge, and you have to go normal Dragon Forge, Silver Dragon Forge, Gold Dragon Forge. So even if we would want to get the Gold Dragon Forge, we would still have to get this stupid stone. But we only need to get one, to be fair. It's still alive. Perish Fiend. To be completely fair, this would also be faster if we weren't using a fireball on the Fire Saurians. But I'm not gonna go get the other one out of storage just for this. I should probably leave this one for last. I mean, if I leave this one for last, then I should probably actually kill this one, and then walk around there and kill the other two, so I can get the tail shots and headshots. Probably the way to do it, if we don't get the stone from that. Crimson stone, there we go. Farewell, last Pyrosaurian. I have no more need of you. do need to check how many I need though. 6! Are you mad? What? We're gonna sleep a couple of nights away in Grand Soren.
Have your pick. What will it be? What will it be?
Don't think it will help if I have it in my inventory.
What will it be today?
Let me grab the other macabre statues real quick for the quest.
What will it be? Have your come again?
Complete the quest.
Have your pick. What will it be?
Both the worst ability to stagger opponents. I mean, I guess that would be decent for like a warrior.
What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Do I have item? Uses the time required to forge things.
What will it be today? Have your come again?
Okay. You don't need it, really.
I see you're hard at work on an errand, friend. Truly, even in these dire times, desires abound. As long as work.
Seen the city, tis. I'm sure you'll find out. Or there. Why not?
Crimson Stone. Crimson Stone. Oh.
I'll not beat round the bush. I'll have the goods ready by this time tomorrow. I'm sure you'll find all you need.
There's a lot of money. I don't know what the gift ledger is, but I'm gonna buy it. Oh, we could also use Force Hatchet for for the worm. Maybe we silence it and then we use Force Hatchet. That could work. That's expensive. A bit of a gimmick. Because Force Hatchet makes every time you hit, you stack a buff, and if you stack the buff completely, your next hit would do, I think, double damage. But if you stack it on the Force Hatchet and then use the bow, your bow will just do more damage without any of the negative. Because the negative is the double hit damage will drop your stamina to 0. What? I'm gonna buy it.
I'm sure you'll find all you need.
Plus shenanigans.
Any.
We're gonna go through quite a bit of money to get the Crimson Stones. I'm gonna forge 6 duplicates so that I have 7 of them, so I don't have to get another one. And because I don't know the time of day for the first time here, we are going to do a double rest. You could, if you wanted to save money, do the rest in Casardas. But then you'd have to go through a teleport twice every time you forge something, and that's a bit too slow for me. Whoops!
See, I'm sure. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure. Why not?
If anybody asks, we don't know how that civilian's guts got spread across the floor.
I'll not beat round. I'll have. I'm sure.
But it definitely wasn't me. Just so we see.
Understood.
If you do this, by the way, it's better to get rid of your pawn, because otherwise you have to sit through the online update stuff every time you rest. Which, if you actually use the rest to rest, isn't that big a deal. But if you just reset days over and over to get forgeries, it can drag on quite a bit.
I'm sure you'll know. Why not leave it with me a while? I'll craft you a forgery fit to fool the maker's own eye. I'll not beat round. I'll have. I'm any.
And just in case you're curious, forging in post-game is faster than forging in normal game. Because the teleport takes you right back to the inn, and the inn is also closer to Mont Blanc than it is outside of it. And if you use cutting wind speed tech, then you don't have to worry about slashing into civilians, because nobody gives a shit in post-game. There's no guards anymore.
See, I'm sure you'll find out. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure you'll know. Why not?
Not that you should slash into civilians, that reduces affinity. And you want people to like you because then they give you gifts.
I'll not beat round. I'm sure you'll any.
What will it be? Understood.
No, I overdid it. My speed tech, it has been slow. No.
See, I'm sure you'll find. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure you'll find. Why not leave
If we
it
have
with me a
forgeries
while?
again in Dragon's Dogma
I'll
2,
craft you a
I hope
forgery
it's a
fit
better
to
system
fool
where you
the
can just tell
maker's
him,
own
hey, I
eye.
want this many forgeries, and he's just like, yeah, come back in this many days.
I'll not beat round. I'm sure you'll.
Or there's just no waiting in general. So that would be nice too. We're almost done though. This one and then one more, so we have a reserve.
Take up the maker. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? Understood.
I'm gonna check the notice board here too, because I noticed it has a quest. Grim Tidings, defeat 7 Grim Goblins. Sure.
I'm sure you'll find. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure you'll. Why not?
Another one. Because you see, right now we have 6.
I'll not
And if
beat
we
round
spent
the
these
bush.
all,
I'm
we'd
sure
have to
you'll
find
any.
farm more Saurians if we need more. But if we get another one, we will not have to farm more Saurians. Might need to farm money though, because I'm pretty sure we. No, actually, the upgrade will cost rift crystals, not gold, so we'll be fine.
What will it be? Understood.
See, I'm sure you'll find. Here we are. A perfect. I'm sure any.
Before we go, let me check some quick. Does this Drake become a Fire Drake in post game? Does not. Okay, so that will be the only one we can get to yet. Look at this quest. What's the chamber? Oh god, that'll be pain. To spawn these, we'd have to kill the other the frostworm first. So the only one we could get before challenging the frostworm, Fire Drake Tooth, is if we I should speak towards the microphone. So the only Fire Drake tooth we can get before fighting the frostworm is after living armor, which I'm not sure if we can kill living armor with the damage we do, since it has very high, or it is immune to physical damage, and we don't do that much magic damage. But there is a Drake. Can you see my mouse cursor? Yeah. So there's a Fire Drake, like somewhere here-ish, I think. If you just follow this line down, like a narrowing, goes down here, and then there's a Fire Drake somewhere around here. I also just had this direction from the camp. There's not a Fire Drake, a normal Drake right here. Sorry. That's where, that's like one of the earliest places where you can Dragon Forge your stuff. If you wish to do that with like the super low chance, I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option. Let's go Bitter Black Isle. We're going to see Baroque, upgrade our bow.
Only if there is... If there is aught I can do, only a stronger will. A will as yours can pray.
And then we'll have to do some more quests to get the other stuff. Probably the prisoner Goryclops or Cyclops. Well, we're gonna upgrade. We're gonna finish Slumbering Promise. That might unlock a new quest as well. Like one of the reasons why I was so into the idea of upgrading this bow further. But looking at the time, we might not do that today, honestly. Like the Gore Cyclops and stuff like that. I might just be done for today. We're definitely gonna upgrade the bow still. Okay, I think I'm gonna farm a discipline off stream. So that next time we're playing, we're gonna have all the classes maxed and all the augments. We're gonna be a couple levels higher, but you're not gonna miss out on much. Unless anybody has any complaints about me farming discipline between streams. In which case I wouldn't do it, but I don't think you want to just sit here for like 2 or so hours and then watch me do nothing. Because it's what it boils down to.
No,
Rarify Dragon's Eye. Oh, could verify that as well. What does that cost us? Sure. I mean, won't hurt. No idea where you get that. Dragon's Eye upgrade. Don't really want to put Conqueror's Chariots into this for the gimmick.
No,
Completes another quest. This Bloody Knuckle. Bloody Knuckle increases your fist damage. Unfortunately, even with 2 Bloody Knuckles, playing weaponless is not exactly fantastic.
Wouldn't it be? No.
So yeah, I think that's it for today. So, as usual, thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a follow so you can see the continuation. If you are curious what we did before in Dragon's Dogma, it is all on YouTube. So my YouTube is linked underneath the stream. There's also a Twitter that is mostly personal stuff, but I also announce when I go live there. There's also a Discord for the community if you are into that. Yeah, that's it for me today. Thank you for watching. Be sure to follow if you enjoyed. I said that already. Subscribe for frogs. And good night, everybody.